Great. 1, 2, 3. Okay. It's actually nighttime. Looks like daytime, but it's nighttime. See? It's very clearly nighttime. Mystery veil. Shogun. Earrings. Do you have ice too? You do have ice too. Good. Are you learning this? You've learned this, okay. Where are we going? Let's go for some shote. Shote. Rama. Ramakama. Actually, no. Maduin. Oh, there's Dispel. Maybe Dispel would be nice. We'll go Dispel. I'm not gonna use Bolt 2 for like anything at this point. Alright, let's go. Fire! Realms inside that house. Uh-oh. Realm! What are you doing? Flames be gone! Magic is forbidden! Magic? I don't care! Realms inside! Flames be gone! Mayor? Alright. We really have no choice. Stand back. Flames be gone. Flames be gone. Flames be gone. That didn't work. It's no use. The fire is too strong. I think that's because they keep so many fire rods in there. Sure, blame fire rods. It's always the fire rod's fault. Fire rod, fire rod, fire rod. I'm going in. Wait, I'm going in too. You count me in. You better stay out here, Gramps. Fool! I may be old, but I'm not powerless. Quickly! Try to avoid the flames. Easier said than done. Hurry, we have to find Realm. I'm used to, Oh, there's a hole in the floor there. It's ROM hack where you have a... where you're timed in here. Hawkeye! Did Doherty set the world on fire? Probably. So I'm not actually rushed here. We can just hang out in here forever. You will be equipping an ice rod. Yes, you will. Green beret. How about a bard's hat? Oh, okay. It decreases your evade. Oh no. What are you gonna do about this one? And you are going to quickly throw on. Well, if I were wise, I would have bought the other thing, but I didn't do it. Aqua rake. Make sure to plow your balloons. Aqua rake. Hello, Putin 8. Balloon! Don't blow up. Okay, good. Beautiful. Why did I attack that one? Good grief. Oh, what'd you think? Huh? Oh no! We've been surrounded. Pincer attack. Hawkeye, increased damage against flying enemies. Or a high flying crit rate on flying enemies. No. Oh, I shouldn't be wasting my time attacking that one. Facing away, you don't get a bonus with that weapon. Which of these doors is it? Other one. Okay. You look scary. Hello, big dummy thick. Is that just like a traditional greeting now? Who's... Yeah, okay, that's fine. Balloon has 550 hit points. Oh yeah, take that. That's not gonna do it. Ice rod. A nuddin. Strago learned ice. Great. Okay. Oh, we don't get a save for this. Well, I guess it's not that hard of a boss. No, not your magic. Your magic. Is this the source of our blaze? Flame Eater. Bomblet. Flames be gone. It's always nice to fight a purely elemental boss. Flame Saber, cool. Flames be gone. Flames be gone. I guess who doesn't have anything to do with that? Alright, take this. No! Alright, reflected magic is powered down. Okay, so what are we gonna do about this? Let's just beat it up. Stick our weapons in it. Alright, there you go. Also, like, realize that you could actually kill this boss by depleting all of its MP. It takes a little while, but you can do it. I think Rasp is reflected though, so I still couldn't cast it. Realm, where are you? I should have morphed. I keep forgetting to morph. Realm! Whoa, too late! Oh no! We've died! Oof. No! Donkey versus Flames. It's Shadow, the Hipless Trigger. Let's get out of here. I'll use a smoke bomb. Smoke bombs take you outside of buildings? Are you okay? Yes, thanks, Grandpa. Save your thanks for these people. Thank you. I guess our town's little secret is out now. Can everyone here use magic? What's going on here? This is the village of the Mage Warriors. Long ago, humans used magicite to gain magical powers. They came to be known as Mage Warriors. But I thought they perished centuries ago. After the War of the Magi, the Espers fled to their new world behind the sealed gate. They wished to live peacefully without fear of being used by humans. They left us here to fend for ourselves, but we were despised by normal people. Everyone felt we had begun that war. They sent people to hunt us down like animals. There weren't even any trials. Even though the only difference was that you could use magic, a few mage warriors escaped and found their way here. They were our ancestors. Our powers have weakened over time, but some of it remains. Look, if you're up to it, we could use your help. So you're after the Espers, eh? Well, I owe you for saving Realm. I'll help you find your Espers. Me too. I don't think so. What a fuddy-duddy. But where do we start looking? If they're here, they must be hiding in the mountains to the west. Why there? Those mountains have powerful magical properties. They say the Espers were created there. Maybe they're drawn to that place. I think it's worth a look. Don't misunderstand me. I just wanted my dog back. I just wanted my dog back. Alright, John Wick. Going somewhere? I'll search for the Espers in my own way. Interceptor, come. Alright, we're going to the mountains. After we rest up. Never mind, we're rested up already. Cool. Okay. Stuff should already be set up. Morning Star? Probably just go for a Morning Star here. Bio. Perfect. Okay, this I don't think this is happening. Alright. You can... What are you going for? So we have to strafe him. And you can learn this. Yes. Rasp. Raspberry. Raspberry elemental attack. Cephalour. Nice. Soul Gaia gear. You can just steal a whole set of armor from these things. I feel like you should be able to use rods from the back row with no power down. But, yeah, all of our party members are going to be in the back row. I think none of them have any penalty for attacking from the back row. Chimera. And now we're all in the front row. Thanks. I think you can steal like a lance or something from these things. Oh no! Fireball! Maybe they attack with a lance for some strange reason. Take that. Defeated a Chimera. Just casual chimeras out here. Chimeras. Alright, okay. I know what we need to do. Hold on. Adamanket. It's related to Willy Maker. Adamanket. Yes, don't attack the Adamanket. Way too much defense. You gotta use magic or defense piercing stuff. So, like, this sword will work. But we can also just kind of, I guess, ice. No! That is nails done. Break. Terra learned how to take a break. Sneeze! No! Hey. How about some person? Ice 2, perfect. Not quite in time for the fire boss, but that, you know what? That's okay. And I'm going to do this real quick. There's a few enemies we need to find outside of one of these areas. Like this one. Cat Rain. Poison. Down dust. Was it down dust? Poison. Maybe I chose wrong. Thinking I chose wrong. You know, take this. Well, down dust. Dusted down. Okay, I must have been thinking of something else. Ant dot. I'll grate this thing again. How about a nice bio? There we go. Digestive. Oh, no digestive. Digestive. It's like Dijon, but it's all like digestive acid. Digestive acid. Realm. Okay. There are some other enemies to find out here. Let's see if we can find them. Maybe I don't have to confuse these things. Come on, you can do it. No! Niet! Goodness sakes. Alright, we got him. Strago learn Rasp. That's always good to see. Realm? I thought I just saw Realm back there. Whoa! Busted. Alright, take this bio. You just pass right by these things. I can't believe it. The statues. The statues? Some faint letters are carved on the back of the stone figures. Say, old man, what else can you tell us about these goddesses? They quite literally created magic as we know it. So they're the goddesses of magic, then? You could say that. I can feel their power. The statues are the source of all magic. It's said the Espers made these images and put them in a very special place. These represent power beyond all comprehension. Our Espers no doubt came to this island to bask in all this magical power. Say, old-timer, what happened to the stone goddesses? Legend has it that they're hidden somewhere beyond the reach of humans. I'd say they're beyond the sealed gate. I wonder if the barrier that protects that place is generated by those stone goddesses. Whew, what a story. If the Espers were attracted here by these statues, they must be around here somewhere. Are you back there? I think it's worth a look. And then this thing shows up. These shiny statues are all mine. These will get Siegfried's attention. Oh, they're glowing. They're beautiful. Hey, Squidball, don't you ever learn? Well, they always said I was a slower learner, but I eat fast. Great. I was just thinking about you. I have more lives than I do arms. I'm not gonna steal anything from this one. Alright, how about a delicious fire too? Flames be going. Oh. Take that. Oh, no you don't. Good job. Perfect. Hope I'm not making a nuisance of myself. So sorry. You didn't cast Shell or Reflect, so that's cool. You can steal from this thing. I don't know why I thought you couldn't. Alright, Lodestone cannot heal. It does unfortunately do, you know, a lot of damage. Grandpa! I'm here! Realm! I told you to stay at home! I couldn't miss the chance to practice my drawing. Say, sweetie, who are you? How dare you? I'm Ultros. Realm and Ultros, what are you doing? Listen, Ulti, why don't you pose for me? I'm not one of your kitty friends. Don't talk to me as if I were. I don't want a portrait. Forget it. I don't want to draw it anymore. It's okay, I'll just jump down from here. No! You can't do that. How dare you bother that little girl? I'm not gonna forgive you if you hurt her. Well, what do you want I should do? Ask her to draw your portrait. She may actually make you look pleasant. Don't be so heartless. Oh, alright. Uncle Ulti really wants you to draw his portrait. You're gonna love it. At any rate, come here. Ultros' form has changed. Let's try elemental attack. You know what? I don't think we're gonna see it. Oh, she hopped in the front row. Good grief. Probably doesn't have any armor on either. How can this be? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Yeah, that's right, you better splash into them rocks. Hey, did you see me? I was awesome. Wouldn't I be more helpful than Gramps? Gramps? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have you along. Alright already, if you insist, that's better. Poison Rod. Yeah, that's fine. Tiara! Gaia gear. Everyone's wearing Gaia gear except for Terra. Alright, save often. La. You know what? We're gonna pop one of these tents up. I'm thinking I might end up moving Realm to the back row. Sure. Save again. Thanks. It's like Sketch is like a single dose rage, except there are actually other options. There are other options. And also make sure that she doesn't crash your game. No, less nails. Or maybe I'm misremembering how this sketch goes. Oh, it doesn't work. Never mind. Maybe it probably just missed. Maybe I'll try it later. Never want to be too attached to Sketch. We broke our ankles. Wait a minute. You can also have the heal rods so you don't have to like well, worry about healing. Abolisher. Abolish all of our amendments. Poison. Flail works out nicely now that she's in the back row. I still need to find enemies that are outside on the mountains, though. Tabby suit. I believe the tabby suit gives you protection against poison. Cats cannot be poisoned. Slurm. Slurm Dog Millionaire. You have stone. Stone works out really well if you hit a target with the same level as you. That unfortunately requires me to know the levels of all these enemies, and I don't actually know how to do that. I don't actually know that. I did just level up, so maybe we can try that out again. And the results will be dramatically different. No. throw a rock at these, Adamankits. Willy Makits. I think I'm gonna give her the, I'm gonna give Realm the heal staff. Alright, Strago, you're done with, Shiva. Alright, so no more healing. All we have is Heal Rod. Healing is unauthorized. Healing is not authorized. Unless it's the Heal Rod. Ow, that feels good. Magic is a little bit low. Sorry, not her magic. Her HP is low. So she does less damage. And she's gone. Right, take this poison. Maybe I should be using low level magic. Oh, we got Osmos. We got magic to burn now. Nice poison magic, which is pretty good bang for your buck. Unfortunately, only Rama can learn it. Lock learn life. Exposition. Exposition. Take that. Okay. I don't think it actually works on that thing. Bio Force 8. Should be stealing. Stealing and osmosing. The last time to find these outside enemies. Nope, not these. Should heal Terra so that she does more damage. Down dust. Do you seriously not have anything? I know you do. Maybe not. I'm positive that it does. I just don't know how to get him to do the thing. Nope, not these enemies again. Wrong. Thought I was on Strago's turn. I didn't look to verify. Nice try. How does Terra have so much hit points? Is she wearing a green beret? No, she just naturally just has that much hit HP. Healthy Terra. Right, Mandrake. That's only one of them. Hold on. Hey. We'll get slapped by some plants. Raid. Budget drain. Drain the budget. Oh, you missed. It's Power the Bard's hat. Can actually dodge stuff. No. A potion? That's all these things have? Come on. Stone touch. Oh, no you don't. Okay, this Mandrake is like killing us. Alright, what? That second one didn't want to die. Alright, well, whatever. There it is. Pearl win. I think I needed to, like, deplete their hit points evenly to get that to happen. Okay, Pearl win. Now they're both using it. Or maybe they don't use it when they're alone. Oh, take that. Take that as well, I guess. It's fine. It was already healed up, so I didn't do anything. Learn Pearl win. Cool. Alright, insecure. All CIA signals are insecure. Alright, go fight that flying enemy. Or not. Okay. Alright. Wow. You missed! You know it would be awful if Realm got berserked. Maybe we should kill this thing. Yeah, she doesn't get an attack bonus because she's berserk. Since she's berserk. But since she has the apple weapon, she doesn't get the attack bonus while being berserk. Oh, we found the espers. It's like I knew they were here. Are these espers? Ooh, is that gas? What about you? I didn't think they looked so... Gramps, take Realm and clear out of here. Halt. Talking with magic. What is it? I sense some immense magical power and terror. It frightens me. I wonder if she's gonna go ballistic again. You're somehow different. I sense a familiar power radiating from you. Yes. You're the Espers that fled through the sealed gate. As a rule, we're not allowed to visit your world. We few had gathered near the gate, and were wondering how we could save the Espers that had been kidnapped. It was just a coincidence that Terra appeared when she did. I felt your presence through the gate. We bolted the moment Terra opened the gate, but once in your world, we lost control of our powers. We completely leveled a city and took some innocent lives. That's what happened to me. I lost all control of my power. There must be something in your world that allows you to focus your power differently. You must use caution while in our world. We are deeply sorry to have caused you humans such suffering and pain. The past is history. The Empire seems to want to talk peace with you. Why not come with us? They would forgive us so easily? Let's go to Thamasa and talk with General Leo. Right. Normal town music. General Leo. Locke, you're back and you made the Espers understand our desire for peace. I am General Leo. May I have your name, please? I am called Yura. We have done something inexcusable to your people. This probably isn't the time or place to ask for your forgiveness, but... Speak no further. It is we who owe you an apology. We hungered for your power. How close we came to reenacting the War of the Magi. We must put this all behind us. I believe our job is finally over. I, for one, could use some peace and quiet. Let's return to Vector. Celeste. Please, not another word. I'm too hot, Grandpa. Kids. That is not a laugh you want to hear. Everyone was laughing. Unfortunately. How about a little Magitech mayhem? Oh no, what's happening? Kefka, what are you doing? Emperor's orders. I'm to bring the Magicite remains of these Espers to his excellency. Behold, a Magicite motherlode. No. No. Idiots. I don't care for the appearance of this pitiful little hamlet, so burn it. Kefka, no. Shut up. No. Alright. Check out this armor. Atlas Armor and Offering. Kefka, your behavior is dishonorable. I can't allow this. Oi. No, you don't. Take the shock. Shh. Take that. Big damage. Oh, no you don't. Poison. Oh no, I'm poisoned. Big shock. Ah, Leo, always the consummate soldier. Where are you, Kefka? Show yourself! Emperor Gestal. I need you here. Leo. My liege. I'm sorry I deceived even you, Leo. My purpose has been to gather magicite and grow powerful. Please understand me. But, Emperor... Don't say anything. I understand how you feel. That's right. What we have to do now is to collect magicite. But, my liege, what have I been fighting for? Leo, I'd like you to take a nice long snooze. Very long. Exclamation marks. So, you think you hit me? That was simply my shadow. And how did you like my Gestal? I should have been on the stage. Well, General, you're such a goody two-shoes. Shut up, Kefka. I ought to... Oh, a threat? You're such a violent little brute. I'll tell your liege I had to exterminate a traitor. Hate, hate, hate. Whoa, yes, I feel some incredible magic power here today. Wave after wave of pure magical energy. Wait, we're here to help. Hurry. Get going. I'd say you're all charged up, boys and girls, or whatever. Say, remind me to show you my magicite collection someday. You might see a few familiar faces. Now for a little magicite hocus pocus. First, let's neutralize your abilities. Now, little espers, let's see what you got. Hey, you want to take me on? Fine, here I am. Imagine thinking you could defeat me? This is rich. Now, my little magicite pretties, come and help me build the magical empire of Kefka. Ooh, they're warm to the touch. What treasures! This is ridiculous. I had no idea you were such wimps. Time to put a stop to all of this. I think I have plenty of magicite for the time being. That is, until I make my way through your precious sealed gate. I don't believe this. General Leo. People only seem to want power. Do they really want to be like me? I want to learn so much more from you. Interceptor, that's a nasty wound. We not only lost Leo, but Shadow too. Curse the Empire. This will have to do. He was so gentle. I'll go with you. Now I'm worried about Edgar and the others. I wish I could say they were safe. We've been had. The Emperor is a liar. Thanks to Edgar, we escaped before anything bad happened. Way to go, Edgar. I got to know the gal who bought us tea. After a while, she just blurted out the whole crooked plan. So, you finally hit pay dirt, eh? Watch your mouth. There are ladies present. I was a perfect gentleman. General Leo's gone. Kefka did him in. Sir Leo gone? What a waste. He was their finest soldier. We need to rethink our plans. Let's return to the airship. May I accompany you? Who are you? He's one of this town's citizens. He's descended from the mage warriors of yore. I think he can be a big help. We must expect the Empire to flex its newfound muscle soon. Me too. I don't think so. Gee, right, kid. Who is this puffed up aerobics instructor anyway? Kid's got quite a lip. I'm gonna paint your portrait. No, stop. All right already, if you insist. That's better. Let's go. What's wrong, lover boy? How old are you? 10. Why? I'm coming along too. You've grown up entirely too fast. Lighten up, okay? We are sick. We are healed. Okay. The Empire is after the sealed gate. They're looking for some statues or something. No! Oh, those silly espers, to think they opened the gate themselves. The statues should be just ahead. If we can just get our hands on them, we'll have everything we ever dreamed of. Come quickly. What's wrong, Tara? The island. The world is groaning in pain. Now this is power. This and my magicite. Now nothing can stop me. The beginning of all magic. Those, it is said that they somehow neutralized each other's power, then sealed themselves away. If the three statues should ever be moved out of alignment, the resulting imbalance of power would rearrange the face of our planet. What? Let's go right away. Just kidding. Alright, there are a few things that I need to do before that, such as pull up my mini-map. We are going to check our money. Have to go shopping, I guess. No, sell. Sell a tincture. There we go. Hope this is enough. We'll save just in case. The save is not necessary. Bunch of rich yokels inside. Anyways, let's have the auction. The auction is about to start. Let's bid on items. Okay, here's our next item. This is astounding. A real talking chocobo. Do I hear 1,000 GP? 5,000 GP. 7,000 GP. Pop, I want that, please. No, you don't. Now pipe down. I want it, I want it. Buy it. Pretty please. Well, how about it? 10,000. Are there any more bids? 500,000 GP. Sold to this lucky person. Take it away, please. Yahoo! Thanks, Papa. Yahoo! Well, we have our treat for the day. Let's go home. Yahoo! Yippee! Talking chocobo. That's all for today. Come back again real soon. Here's a splendid, some cherub down. Cherub down, makes your character float. Well, how about it? I'll pass. Oh, there's nothing I can't buy. 7,000. You can have it. Cherub down might be useful later, but we already have a workaround in place. The Magicite Zone Seek! I want it, I want it! There's nothing, there's nothing I can't buy. 2,000 GP. 3,000 GP. 4,000 GP. 5,000 GP. Well, how about it? 7,000 GP. There's nothing I can't buy. 8,000 GP. Well, how about it? 10,000 GP. Sold to this lucky person. Take it away, please. Yay, we got it. We got Zone Seek, my favorite. Well, that's all for today. Come back real soon. Perfect. It's so good. Osmos at 15. What else could you possibly need? Well, maybe you could get the other Magicite that's here, but... you know what, we'll do like 2 more. If we don't find it in 2 more, we'll just kind of leave. Oh, there's nothing I can't buy. You can buy it again. She's gonna have a collection of cherub down just in her house. Just all over the place. You can make a pillow out of it or something. A cherub down bed. What happens if you have a bed just filled with cherub downs? It's like just float to the ceiling while you're laying in it. Hello, Combine Nikolaz, Privyet. Is that another cherub down? Oh my gosh. Well, how about it? Sold to this lucky person. Okay. Alright, so we're going to like leave that one there. Hoo-hoo. We'll leave that other item there. We'll take some money and run. Alright, let's go and save. We need to do a little bit of loining. We'll swap our party around. We have things to learn, and it's not actually that much for Strago to learn at this point. I do want to get Celeste to learn some stuff, so swap her in. Green Beret. Well, so much for maxing out his hit points. Or his magic points. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? Alright, we are going to teach you Shoat. No, Zone Seek. Oh, she already had that one. Okay, never mind. Shoat, Carbuncle, Morg. Oh, what do we do with Morg? La 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 la. I don't know. I guess just healing. Zone Seek. That's right. You. I don't have a jewel ring. I need to buy a jewel ring. I don't know. What are we gonna do with y'all? Running shoes on you. Probably just a hero ring or something. You can have Sprint shoes. Atlas armlet. Just 10-10 a bar. Okay, I do need to buy... Gale hairpin. Back guard. Where are we going? We're going to... This is a rather annoying little trip here to get water rondo. Save anything. We can go anywhere here. No. Let's go to... getting lost. We're going to this place right here. There's a bunch of chests to get. From this room right here. X potion, cherub down. So you didn't have to buy it from the thing. Cure ring, back guard, elixir, running shoes, ether. Ether drive. Wall ring, another one. Flame saber from the stove. You know, as one does. Elixir. We have so many flame sabers. We stole one from the flame eater. And what else? We got one from there. We got one from the research facility. Okay, other places to buy stuff. I guess we can check Albrook. I think they sell jewel rings at Albrook. How could an island float in the sky? The island is right overhead, y'all. Let's buy some of these. Actually, we probably don't need that many Phoenix down since we're learning life magic. Let's buy some of these. Oh yeah, we got some money from the base. I forgot. How do I get so much money? Stuff. Should be good on armor. Just need to find a jewel ring. Nope, these are not jewel rings. Goggles, yep. Not what I'm looking for. Yeah, already got that one. Let's check Miranda. Miranda writes, "We must begin to rebuild." There's no relic store here, never mind. We're leaving. I feel a little down. My love hasn't sent me back any letters since he's been gone. I'm sick with worry. Alright, where are we going? We're going to Zen. Looking for jewel rings. Wow. Limited wares. I see how it is. Alright, you know what? We're just going to go. We're going to the Great Lakes National Forest, the Great Burning Forest here. Looking for some villains. Bomb. That was not helpful at all. I think Forest is very good here. Oh, you can't Runic Blaze. Got it. Gouge the bomb. Price gouge him. Alright, here we go. Rage. Take that. This Forest Sonata has so many, like, Harvester, which is not terribly helpful, especially not fighting bombs. They all have Espers on, right? Okay, good. Bomb! Nope. Mog has learned Rasp, that's great. For all the 0 spells he's gonna be casting. Great. Osmos. Perfect. Okay. Why is this attack called Rage? Raging Leaves. It's like foliage or something. But it got translated as rage. I don't know. No, not Harvester. We don't need to be harvested. Elf fire. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Taking stones. Got him. Throw rocks at fires to put them out. No, 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 no. Take that. I did save, right? Looking for rare game. Whirlwind heals everyone for however much hit points the caster has. It's pretty cool, especially because Strago can go up to 1,000 hit points right now. Rare game is rare. Demi, Shell, and Break. What are we doing? Not yet. Alright, you're done. Lost some healing. Alright, you got a while there. Alright. Let's continue our search. I didn't think that would actually kill him. Oh, gosh. I'm getting harvested again. Pull out the aqua rake. It's just one for some reason. Wombat. No. And you missed. Forest wombat. Always watch out for those things. Uh-oh, grenade. Here we go. Gouge the grenade. Got him. Right, because Mog has the trident. And the grenade is weak to water. Right? Yeah, there you go. Perfect. I forgot he had that. How well that worked out. Alright, let's have a little tour. Flan. Okay, time to restore my dried meat stash. I don't think anything actually drops dried meat. Oh, tonics. You know what? 91 is fine. I think I actually bought me tonics last time. Goodness. No jewel rings there either. Hopefully they have some in Nikia. Rhinox. Get him from the back. Vector pup. Oh. Alright, let's take the Serpent Trench. I love the Serpent Trench. Big Serpent Trench fan. Jump, why not? You crazy? Gouge the Angloform. There you go. Water Rondo. I guess I could have skipped these caves, whatever. Right? I think, well, it wouldn't be terribly surprising, but all of the aquatic enemies probably absorb water. Okay. It's so much fun. Just, like, I can imagine myself just speeding through the water. Water Rondo is like completely useless against all these watery enemies. Well, Spectre might help. Not that much, but you know. Plasma. There we go. Everyone loves underwater plasma. Enemies are all weak to it. They did a good job. Well, who are they? Alright, Gao is done with Berserk. We've made it to Nikia. Perfect. Now let's search these shops for a jewel ring. This is the relic shop, I believe. I took one look at you and thought you were a loser. Yeah, you're a loser for not having a fairy ring. Buy one of those, even though I'm almost certainly not going to use it. Poison and dark. No, I think we'll be fine. Looks like junk, but... Can we go to the, I think we can go to the north from here. Let's get my chocobo. Grease monk. Get gouged. Gouged or flipped. Okay, here we go. No. Other way. It's a bridge in the middle of nowhere. Hey, what do you got? No jewel rings, that's what you have. See you around. He's come to fix the door. Taking another trip here to try to find our favorite feline friend. I'm not going to invest too much time though. Dance of the Wind people. Maybe there are more in the forest. Guess we'll never know. Warp, shell, and safe. Look at all those tonics I just got. Alright, you're done with that. Sure. The base is gone. They tore it down. Sunbath. It's totally not Templar. It's totally not a chocobo forest. Oh, we're getting harvested again. I always wanted to be harvested. Doma. Save before going inside, just in case we die to the nothing dangerous here. It's my favorite dead end here. Elixir, ether. Perfect things to keep in the bedroom. And I already checked this one. Phoenix down in beads. Beads. Completely useless? Check. Beads randomly evades enemies' attacks, except evade is, doesn't work. Alright, there's nothing over here, is there? Yeah, it's a piece of rubble, which prevents you from going all the way around. Strategic rubble. Okay, did we check the plot? Okay. This place opened up because we did so well at the Emperor place. X potion. Okay, Phantom Forest here. Ghosts are no match for me now. Look at that area in the background. Like to the left, just to the left of this foreground tree. It's like a face. See it? Ooh. This forest is so scary, so spoopy. Recovery spring. There's faces in the trees. Poplium in the trees as well. Don't get popped by the poplium. Pop it like poplium. Magical poplium. Alright, that's enough. Hey, we made it through. See? If only we did that last time, we'd have been done so much sooner. Barren Falls. Jump, why not? Y3, Y2, Y1, and why not? Alright, we'll hang out here for a bit. See if we can get our cat scratch. Stray cat, or if we can get lich or something else cute. Why am I dancing? Don't dance on the veldt. Dancing is not authorized. Program 55. Alright, well, we stopped dancing. Quarter. You can actually die from a quarter. Cockatrice. Psh. Doom. Okay. Sure. Ifrit. Oh, you're done. Can I, like, just ice them all like this? Flames be gone. Counter. No. Yes. Some of them we can counter. We can get with this. doesn't have as much hit points as everyone else does. Commando! Program 65. No. Take that. Big trident. Where is Gao? There he is. Just in time to come back for Leafer, of all things. Alright, maybe 2 more? I don't want to be here all day. Desert creatures surprisingly not immune to fire. It's not really that surprising. Animals just like animals everywhere else. Alright, we already have these, I believe. Have these. I don't have Pterodon. This Pterodon has Fireball, and Fireball is I think, always targets all the enemies. But it's not that good. It's not as good as Fire 2. What's really great is Fossil Fang. You can get Fossil Fang with Sandstorm, that would be pretty great. Beakor. Oh. Oh, we get to fight Telstar, get another green beret. We're already healed up. Good job, team. Hey, there's our green beret again. I have Vaporite, right? I think this is Blaze. I guess we won't know right now. I think it's Blaze. It might not be Blaze. Bomb! Do I have Bomb? do have bomb. 911. Which I think bomb is blaze as well. But when you rage as bomb, you get absorb. You get to absorb fire. Still going. Heavy armor and trooper. Okay. Tech barrier is reflect. I don't think their skills are very good. Let's get them just in case. Good job, team. Oh. Okay, I think I want to go through this loop. Let's see what we get. So we're looping through the enemies roughly in the order that they appear in the game. So right now we're Kolingan Jador, and now we're getting Zozo enemies. Then the next battle might be from Zozo, or it could be like Ralph and Wyvern. Chicken Lip, possibly. Or Magroder, we'll jump all the way to these. Oh. So maybe we'll get something from Magitech facility here? Commander. Never mind. We're done. For some strange reason, I think I just leaped. Alright, we'll do one more battle just to make sure. It might surprise me with some cave to the sealed gate enemies here. Bomb! Never mind. Alright, one more. And if this is another trivial enemy, then we're just moving on. I was hoping to get Lich or something. Fossil Fang! Yes! 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 Go! Go! No! So we're not done yet. Hold on. We just got Fossil Fangs. We are getting stuff from the Imperial continent. Chicken Lip. There we go. Loose chicken lips, sink chicken chips. I love it. The game is giving me lip, chicken lip, chicken lip. Ing Direct. Customize your portfolio. I think half of us have Gaia gear on, so you can have a delicious little life shaver. Take that. How does it feel? I did not realize that Ink had more than 1,000 hit points. It's probably like 1,100 or something. Oh. Alright, I got Ink so I can life shaver myself. I think. Slurm. Sector 7 slurms. All CIA signals are insecure. Take these stones. No! No, 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 no! Oh my gosh. Take that, Mandrake. Okay, good. I want her to finish the battle so that her ATB has to fill all the way up, and in the event that Gal comes back, I can maximize the chance that Gal starts talking before Celeste starts talking with her weapon. Grenade! Oh no! From the front. No. Alright. Yes, actually. Take that? Yes. No! Mog! Don't do it. Die! You Oh! Freaking grenade. Let's get that right. That's the grenade's fault. That was certainly not Mog's fault and not mine for trying to kill the grenade before it, you know, blazed us for like... Or probably explode. Actually, explode wouldn't have done that much either. Alright, we're back to Flan. Slip gunk. Slip gunk. Afflicted with slip. Gao, come back. Life 3. Great. Back to commanders again. Oh. Rod. Clean. Oh. I guess technically we haven't get Darkseid, Spectre, or Ren. Spectra. Not to be confused with Spectre. Spectra. Alright, one more. Let's see how far we are on the loop. We see like Lobos or guards or something, I'm leaving. Pipsqueak. I didn't get Pipsqueak last time. Did I? Pipsqueak. Alright, sure, let's go. Alright, Templar Soldier. Pretty sure that means we're going back. Aqua Rake. Plow the fields. Alright, one more to make sure. So I think this is where we started going back to the beginning last time. Commando? Alright, never mind. Let's go. Commando. Let's go, Commando! Just realized I don't have stop. Bleary. Okay, I think we're going back now. It always seems like we're going back. But sometimes we actually are. Oh. Alright, we're leaving. Try to have these. We're decisively at the beginning of the game. So since I don't have stop, never mind. Where am I? I need to go to the other entrance. Which is over here. To the north, not to the east. Feels like we go east. Commando. Oh, that's Reflect, never mind. Just what I always wanted. Hey, plants absorb water, did you know that? Mastered a new dance. Alright, so let's take inventory of these rages real quick. We got Templar. Don't remember what some of these are. This is Stone, I believe. That's Demi. Snare. Fossil Fang. There we go. Sandstorm and Fireball. Or Cyclonic. I think it's Fireball, though. Pretty sure that one's Fireball. Tillstar has a useless ability, probably. Ing is Lifesaver. Lifeshaver. Darkseid? I don't know what that is. Trooper. That's Probably like swing or something goofy. Heavy armor. One of these is the other mag rotor. Spectra. I don't know. I'm sure one of them will be helpful. Cool. Is that really the best she can equip? Oh, he's got the gold stuff on him. Okay. Back guard. No. Ba 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 ba. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this works. Goofy strategies. But first, let's have some tonics. Behold, the frightening leafer. Oh, you are not gonna have that equipped. I guess it doesn't matter. Forged. What am I doing? Dive! Looking for rare game. What's in the forest? Not what we're looking for. Quadra Slam. Kuadora Slam. Slam that Kuadora. Came here all the way from Breath of Fire 2. Maybe it's not in the forest. Maybe we should just hang around the mountains. Ugh. I often forget how rare this rare game is. I'm sort of expecting to just like fly by here and just try this out. There we go. No, what am I doing? I need to actually heal. Wonder how long this will take. This is under the assumption that Cyan can heal himself to full after doing this move. Maybe I can do Drain with Terra as well. I think I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna get impatient. Better strategy would be to learn Stop, but I don't have Golem in order to do so. Okay, yes. It's not gonna drain anything though. That is an insufficient amount of healing. Alright, she's still alive. How much health does this thing have? I should have osmosed. Why is he not getting hit? Alright, whatever. I need Cyan to get hit. Perfect. Oh, good job. What's her MP looking like? Oh, she's full. Why not just rasp? It's probably got like 10,000 MP or something. If I do one, pure one. Oh, gosh. I hope that works. Alright, I think that works. Maybe I should have healed her more. I did put earrings on her, right? Maybe I didn't do that. Have some dried meat. Alright, since she's draining about 500 for some reason. Let's get her up to 500 hit points before we, let's try this. Miss. Hey! Maybe that wasn't a good idea. Should have had that on Terra. Never mind. Goes through shell. Too slow. Miss. $500 even. $192 damage. Have a tonic. Miss. Bye. Cool. I hope that counts. We did see it. Alright, moving on. What's the last chapter gonna hold for us? I think we're ready. Let's park the airship here. Save again. Alright, let's get our party set up. Who's coming with? We'll bring you. We want to bring Gao. You know what, we're just gonna go with this. Hawkeye. Oh no, I need to find the jewel ring. Hold on now. Alright, quest paused again before I find the jewel ring. I think it's in here. It's in the inn. Oh, never mind. Till a moment ago, Assassin sat over there. I wonder where he went. Is there really no relic shop here? This general store is just armor, weapons, and items. Alright, well, let's go to Jador, and we'll try Narsh, and if it's not for sale there. No! What are y'all selling here? Come on. Get with the program. Maybe it's in South Figaro. South Figaro wouldn't let me down. Yes. There we go. And then I probably could have checked like the amulet already protects against petrified, but whatever. Alright, let's go. Quick, let's jump onto that thing. Do 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 do. Alright, just hanging out in the sky with my friends. Can't go downstairs. Downstairs has been abolished. Uh-oh, the Imperial Air Force. IAF. We're surrounded. Let's give them a bloody lip. A bloody lip. Now here's Spitfire. You have Fire 2 and Ice 2, that's good. But you don't have Bolts 2. It might be a problem. Put you on Bolt 2. No. No, no, no. Get your propellers out of here. I was about to say Freddy Krueger them up, but that's actually Jason Voorhees. Oh, Hawkeye. I'm about to say, can you turn a machine into stone? You can turn a human into stone. Can you turn a machine into stone? Probably not the same way. Backlash. I don't want to suffer the backlash. Oh no, missiles. Bolt 2. Something curious approaches. Oh, hello. It's a friendly little monster. Take that. Hawkeye. It's the power. Behold the power of the Hawkeye. Hello, traveler. How are you doing? Hello. Come over here. Bah, it's you. I paused like just in time. No, really. This is our last battle. Trust me. Ooh, dried meat. Alright, take this concentrated fire too. Oh, take that! I lose again! Well, today I've brought a pal. Mr. Chupon, come on down. Doesn't have anything. Mr. Chupon's taciturn, but terribly powerful. Take that concentrated ice too, Chupon. You two-faced, lying monster. Take that. This is our last battle. Oh no! Alright, we got him. Oh no! We've fallen off the airship, and we're having a battle in midair. So I'm wishing I had a bolt. We don't need such things, yeah, I guess. Can't even see that number. Well, you tried. Why isn't Missile Bay dead? What are you doing? He'd probably be dead if we, Alright, let's concentrate on... I think this is Missile Bay. Are we dead? Not yet. Okay. That thing's out of the picture. Spec. Spec absorbs magic. Oh, get this out of here. Count 6. Abolish spec. Got it. No. No, no, no. Alright, at least we potioned him up. Nice health lock. Thanks, Edgar. Can you stop doing that move, please? Alright, at least that one's dead. Freaking Edgar. Do you want to die? Fine, we'll do drill. Right, let's heal up. Count 1. We did it. Got a Zarina ring. Zarina ring. Kefka, Gestal, and the statue are just ahead. Down with the Empire. Once I outlived my usefulness, they tried to off me. We thought you were a goner. Is Interceptor alright? He's fine. Come on, let's go. Forget about me. We can't just leave you. Hop your butt into this tent. This is a very dangerous place to be. Blossom. Are there any fatal magic attacks that we might be subject to here? Oh! 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 I guess we'll put it on anyway. I don't think there are any fatal magic attacks here. Wiry dragons. Oh gosh. Shrieking. Oh, Locke does not need this on. Wayne. Take this cyclonic. Oh, they have so much health. I knew all these tonics would come in handy. Yeah, stop yourself. Maybe enmity will protect you from this flash, but maybe not. Yeah, shave that life. What if Bioblaster is effective against either of these enemies? No. And now they're poisoned. Well, flash it up. How are these enemies still not dead? Oh, he's life-shaving himself. He's got 16 hit points. So he probably also has 16 hit points. Oh, Hawkeye, let's go. Okay, lock. I needed to change your S word. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Okay, you're done with Shoat. Time for Bolt 2. Monster in a box. Throat jab, miss. Throat jab, miss. Throat jab, miss. Stolen X potion, miss. Miss. Throat jab, miss. 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 Throat jab, miss. Hit this drill. Miss. Miss. Throat jab, miss. 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 Throat jab. Miss. Oh, it doesn't have anything. We already stole from him. We stole an X potion. Gigantic enemy jabbing in our throats. Hardened. You got hardened. There we go. Don't remember if there's any, like, fun fact about that one. Oh, well, there goes our Vanish. Dead. Cast flared, oh no! done a very good job of checking our levels. Maybe we're all at like level 20 or something. 25 and 24. He just happened to guess right. So it's not only getting rid of our vanish, but also killing us. Dragon. Fabled dragons of legend. No! Suck. Oh gosh. What are you doing? That doesn't work. Well, he's gone. Alright, dragons are weak to ice, as everyone knows. Oh, he's dead. No! Ah, I forgot that's a magic move. Revenge is magical. This way. No! Oh my gosh. Take that. Strange mountains, you jump into them and they take you to victory. Why do we keep fighting this thing? Come on. Here, take this chainsaw. He leveled up, I forgot. I clearly missed the part where he leveled up, and oh my gosh, I just cast Life 2 on a living person. No. You love Sephiroth? Sephiroth is a pretender. In your opinion. Also in my opinion. Why is he not learning Zone C? Alright. Whip that on real quick. This is a dead end, or is it the other way? One of these is a dead end. Just kidding. Actually, no, I think the other way is a dead end. Hello, Montanez. Right. Strange enough, I think we found all of the enemies here. It's very quick. Take down. Take that. Miss. You can turn Behemoth into stone. Nice, I like it. Fortunately, she has break. Wonder how reliable that is. Well, probably dead here. Well, there goes our Invis again. And he's dead. No! Oh my gosh. Skewer. He should be dead. There we go. Alright, put back on this. You can, unicorn. You always use the sample. What does that even mean? Good job, team. Shadow learned R-Flect. Need to osmos with my other party members. It's the arduous quest of trying to menu down to it. Can I osmos from these things? Probably not. Osmos from one that should be full. Okay, we cannot. Blowfish. Cannot drain from these enemies. Blowfish. Take that. Oh, the other one stopped. I wouldn't Kefka kill Aerith and Tifa just mine F Cloud. I don't know what that means. This was a dead end. The other path was a dead end. Alright, here we go. Once again, our royal dragon who will sneeze some of us away. And then we will osmos. And then we will osmos. And we'll throw some stars at this dragon again. And hopefully he can't cast revenge. Or we can MP kill him. Just kidding. Haha. Stole a potion. No, not the tail. Wow, he's still alive. Oh, we slay the dragon with ninja stars. And none of us died. That's pretty great. So Apocryphos is immune to this. shave that life. Blowfish. Blowfish. Cool. Oh, oh. Uh-oh. Dragon from one side now. Nice, 0 damage revenge. Let's let loose. So maybe we can steal another potion. Not the tail! Bye. And Edgar's removed. Take this bio. Hey, Tara learned Bolt 2. Alright, so she is done with Maduin. Doing pretty well overall. Okay, and you all have a ways to go. Nope, I need to press the button. The airship's below. Yeah, we'll head back. Uh-oh, there's something menacing ahead. Unreal how much hit points these things have. They should all have like 100 hit points now. Good stuff. Oh, oh. Alright, here goes nothing. My name is Atma. I am pure energy and as ancient as the cosmos. Feeble creatures, go. Gosh, you don't have haste yet. Oh. Demorph. Demorph, yes. No, Shadow! Oh, take that. That's the best you can do? You please get out of the menu. Alright, Brain Blast. No! Vast energy focused. Oh, limit break. He's still not dead. He's dead, alright. Limit break, very small chance of having a super powerful attack when you are in near fatal status. Good job, everyone. I sold my skills to Empire. I have no right to fight together with you. Bye! Alright. Pause. I'm gonna take a short break. I'm about to see what happens here. Hold on to your leave you on a cliffhanger. Sometimes you just gotta hang from a cliff. I actually need to get some water. Well, well. Celeste, welcome back. I came to stop you. Then you're just in time to perish. Behold the statues. Ooh, I've got goosebumps. What power? Emperor Gestal, please stop this madness. Hello, Nightlight26. Celeste, come to me, my pretty. You and Kefka were given life to serve me. It is your birthright to rule the world with me. Kill the others and we'll overlook your treachery. Take this sword. Take care of them. Immediately. Celeste, together we can rule an entire world. Think of it. Power only breeds war. I wish I'd never been born. Oh, take that. Get him, Celeste. Ouch! Ouch. Blood? You vicious brat! I hate, 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 hate you! Hate you. Scratch. Goddesses, you were born only to fight. I implore you, show me your power. I command you, give me your power. Ugh, curses. Listen to me or you'll regret it. Give me power! Kefka, stop it. Revive those statues and you'll destroy the very world we're trying to possess. Shut it! Kefka, are you nuts? Nuts? Emperor, don't disturb me. I'm showing them the meaning of power. I don't think so, friend. Your days are now over. Now relax. I'm simply going to put you to sleep with the very power you unleashed. What's so funny? Very well. It's only fitting that you go to sleep laughing. Fire 3. Flare. No! Why isn't my magic working? Melton. Kefka! How? How are you doing this? How? Simple. I'm standing within the field of the statues. Their strong field absorbs all magic sent their way. Or didn't you notice? Exclamation mark. And now, statue, you showed me a sign. It is time you show this old man your true power. No, Kefka, don't do something stupid. I command you, statues. Incredible. You're way off. Where are you aiming? Whoa, more to the right. Run, run, or you'll be well done. Yes. Poor old. Oh well, what a worthless excuse of an emperor. There will be no one to worship us. Well, so much for the emperor. Snap out of it, Kefka. Oh, that's really smart, Kefka. Disturb their delicate balance and they'll go haywire. Who are you? No! Go. There are people counting on you. Don't worry about me. Run. I can't stop this chain reaction. I'll see you again. Count on it. You can't escape me. Shadow, get out of here on the double. Alright, we're fully healed. You best be frozen. Let's admire this small portion of our island falling off. Fine, let's go. Nirapa. Mwahaha! You can't run. Nirapa has reflect on. Be careful. Why am I capturing? Wait! What am I waiting for? We gotta make it more exciting. Yay, Shadow! I'll be blown to bits before I can even collect my pay. Get this trigger. Can't you defuse the statues? Oh no, Kappa. Hang on. On that day, the world was changed forever. Celeste, at last. Celeste, at last. You're finally awake. I feel like I've been sleeping forever. For 1 year, actually. I thought you were out for good. A whole year? You've watched over me the whole time? Yes, and I'm about out of energy. We're on a tiny deserted island. After the world crumbled, I awoke to find us here together with a few strangers. The world, so it wasn't just a dream. Where are my friends? Where's Locke? I don't know. I only know we're here. Maybe we're the only people left alive. Since that day, the world's continued its slide into ruin. Animals and plants are dying. The few others who washed up here with us passed away of boredom and despair. My friends are probably all gone. Celeste, you're the closest thing to family that I have. We could just live out our lives here peacefully. I suppose so, Sid. Or should I say Granddad? May I call you that? Gramps, eh? I'm overwhelmed. All of a sudden I have a daughter. My long-lost granddad. Hey, are you hungry? I haven't eaten in 3 or so days ever since I became ill. What would you like? Well, unless I ask for fish, I won't get anything. That's all there is here. I'll go catch some. Aesthetic change. Alright, fish. Fish. I'm gonna fast fish. Fast fish. Nope, get out of the desert. I'm not long for this cruel new world. Ugh. What is this? Granddad, here's a fish. No fish. 1 fish, 2 fish, no fish, no fish. Where are all the fish? No. Need more fish. My worst nightmare is to think of you alone on this wretched island. Oi. Oi. Fish. Granddad, here's a fish. While I can still talk, I want to thank you. Guess we're not getting any fast fish today. I want to thank you. These are not fast fish. Alright, well, here you can have this 1 fish. Or you cannot. Granddad, you have to eat or else. What's the matter? Sid. No! No! You promised you'd stay here with me! Granddad, answer me! Tell me you're just joking! Everyone's gone, even Locke, who promised to watch over me. The world's slowly ebbing away. Mastered the dialogue too quickly to hear all that song. Why did you nurse me back to health? Did I ever ask you to help me? A bandana? No, it can't be. Hey you, where'd you get this? Is the person who healed you still alive? Answer me! He's alive. Locke's still alive. Excuse me. Whoops. Bye. T-Lash. Eyelash of the Tyrannosaur. Kefka's up there and he's using the power of the statues. He's like a god. Let's shop. I haven't shopped in a year. I think anyone's back here. I saw Doomgaze soaring through the sky. I'd rather take an acid bath than fight that thing. 8 dragons steal away this awesome beast. Its name is Crusader. Defeat these dragons and its power can be released. You again? Oh, sorry, you look just like a man who was here searching for his friends. He said he's going north with Sin. I don't think we need to go to the inn. Ooh, Atlas armlets for sale. I guess I'll pick one of those up. Jewel ring. They didn't sell a jewel ring before. I finished the Emperor's portrait. It was a true representation of the Emperor, but he hated it. I ended selling it to Alzer, a rich man who lives in Jador. When the world was ripped apart, many long-sealed monsters were released. Funbaba, Doomgaze, and the 8 dragons. Uh-oh. Yeah, we've seen both of them now. Wait. Cafe. Cafe action. Oh, I think back on how nice the world used to be. And realize it'll never be the same again. Elixir. Wait, I didn't... Oh my gosh. I went into the relic shop and didn't go up. Hey, can we go to a place? How dangerous is this engine room? Doesn't look very dangerous. Alright, yeah, we already checked here. It's elemental swords. It's just elemental swords, nothing else. Alright, let's head north. in. I'll lock him down for yourself. Please go inside and save that child. What child? Hurry, the house will collapse. We resisted Kefka, so he unleashed his light of judgment on us. Must have irritated Kefka. There are monsters inside. They keep petrifying everyone who goes in to help. You using suitable relics? My child's inside. Do something. Sabin! Hey, Celeste, let's head in. Wait. If I move, the whole house will collapse. First, save the child that's in there. I can't hold this up forever, so get out on a hum. Okay, they're not weak to... Maybe it's fire. What a coincidence, we just learned fire. Coil rod. Let's hope that it's fire. No! Alright, never mind. Oh my gosh, they're not even dead. Unreal. Man, could you imagine living in this house? We got scorpions everywhere. Man, y'all need to take better care of yourself. You got hermit crabs and night stalkers in here. Fire 2. I need to heal. Rock. That's the best you can do? Monster in the box. Hey, they died at one time. Amazing. Rock. We will rock you. I cannot be rocked. I am unable to be rocked. I'm beyond the rock. Don't mind me just raiding this family's, prized possessions. Their fabled drainer. Rock. Can't rock my body. What happens if I just attack these things? Bye. It's my only time I'm gonna run away. Monster in a box! Just kidding, I'm probably gonna run away from another set of scorpions trying to get out of here. I'm scared, don't worry, you're safe now. Doomstain. If I were properly planning, I would have put on, like, Vanish. Because all that stuff would have missed. You would have to see the animation for him. Rock my body. Wait. Wait. Do I look like a waiter? Alright. Now we need to talk about why you have hermit crabs and scorpions in your house. And night stalkers. PM stalkers. They're stalking your private messages. But of course, you think a minor thing like the end of the world was gonna do me in? I thought everyone was gone. I'd given up all hope. But fortunately, I was wrong. Now I know they're all alive. We need to find everyone. Then... I know. We smash Kefka and deliver peace unto the world. Boy, the light of judgment really fried that town. Many monsters attack nowadays with zombie and petrified. Do I have suitable relics? Probably not. Buy another one of those. Impulse spending. That's what they call that. Bounding damage. What else is there? Sleeping bags are great bargains while walking the overworld. I was on lookout duty for Kefka, but I lost my nerve. Lookout duty for Kefka. Tiger mask. Claws and elemental claws and elemental swords. Perfect. Head north on the Serpent Trench and you'll reach Nicaea. Ships still sail from there. Dang, I don't get a free heal for saving the child. There I go, always wanting something. Alright. Where's our next destination? Take that. Lunaris. Change Celeste's weapon. Serpent Trench. We don't have the music anymore. Delta Bug. Delta Bug, majoring on defense. The Delta Bug, it's a pyramid with like crackling electricity on top of it. It looks really cool. And then there's a bug underneath it all. Why did I use a blitz? 2, 3, teach us how to blitz. Are you trying to learn Drain? You will not be learning Drain. Sraffin. What is this? Unicorn. Once you learn to spell, swap you over to something. Big damage. Delta Bug, no match for the hot moves. Why didn't I suplex? Oh. That was enough damage. Ooh, we got a sleeping bag. Hey, no crits. Ouch. Dang, alright, well I just used his regular attack. I guess Bufflex is weak to fire. Everything's weak to fire. How about that? Does more damage than suplex. Bloompire. Who did that? Who decided to imp glare? Gosh. Energy sap. No! Oh, he's zombie. Alright. Bye! Oh, we're dead. Alright. Cool. Great. We got killed by some angry plants and a lizard of all things. And we're back here. Cool. Let's do all of that again. I forgot to save. I gotta change her weapon again. Back to Srothim, and then you on Unicorn. Okay. Huge damage. I wonder which of those enemies is carrying a sleeping bag. Probably should have healed. Saving would help. Delta Bug. Alright, Bloom Pyre. Back. No! I messed up the blitz. Oh, I messed it up again. Oh, there it is. Okay. Bloompire only has, Can you not? We're dead again. You can't even make it to the city. Freaking Bloompire. Empire of Bloom. It's actually Vampire, but whatever. We did save this time. Look at there. We're just right here. Yeah, fine. We'll save a little bit closer. Alright, here we go. Check this out. Some hot healing. And a save. All ready for this next enemy. Bloompire. Alright. Should probably just do pummel anyway. I don't know why I was trying to do fire dance. Pierce Bloompire's 250 something defense, probably 254. Why not? Turn the lizard not to stone. Suplex the lizard. Good job, we did it. $2,000 for that. Dollars? GP. Whoa, someone's coming! Alert dogs. Our favorite bed is still here. Thank goodness. You're gonna have to fight your way in here, chumps. Wait. Tara. Mama, are these your friends? Oh, I'm so glad to see that you're safe. I've missed you. Tara, come on, let's go. Unless we stop Kefka, all's lost. Let's save before coming in here, right? I saw Dwayne kissing Katarine. actually talk to them? I didn't talk to them, did I? This is our village. You can't just waltz in here and start barking out orders. Tara's helped us all to survive. Ever since she's been here, we felt hopeful for the future. That is, I can't fight any longer. The very day the world fell, Kefka turned some kind of beam on this town. Almost all of the adults perished trying to save their children. It's heading this way. Protect the kids. Papa! Mama! There were only children here. The moment I arrived, I felt needed. You can't take Tara away. Dwayne, please excuse him. It's just that if Tara goes, she takes with her the very spirit of our survival. I don't know why these kids need me, but they've made me feel things I've never felt before. The moment I sensed this, I lost my will to fight. I can honestly say I don't know what's going on inside of me, and the more I try to understand it, the less inclined I am to fight. Help! Run! Foon Baba's coming! Foon Baba. Dun, 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 dun. Foon Baba was an ancient demon who was released when the world was undone. Uh-oh. Never mind. Annihilated. Tara, wake up. Uh-oh, here it comes. Why does she only have cure? What are you doing, self? Blowfish, get out of here. Forgot this thing had blowfish. Well, oh, never mind. Hold on. Oh, Sabin has cure too. Wonder how that happened. No! See you later. I've really lost it, my fighting edge. Mama, are you okay? I'm staying here. As you can see, I can't be of any help to you. And besides, the children really need me. But Terra! Maybe after a little more time passes, I need to understand what's happening to me. I'll have you if something happens to Mama. Thanks for scaring Foolbob away. In his haste, he dropped this here. Fenrir. Right. How are we doing here? Cure 2, well. Right. Fenrir is cute, I guess. It has stop. Also warp, but I really feel like we're in pressing need for any of those. Stop might be helpful. Stop has perhaps outlived its helpfulness, but I think there's a few more uses for stop. I didn't go to the free bed. Hold on. Free bed. Bed tech. Delta bug. Delta bug. Sleeping bag. Hey, Chocobo stable. The Chocobo is the noblest of creatures. 100 GP, how about it? Alright, here we go. Super Mario Kart Serpent Trench Edition. I think the only enemy we're missing in this area is the monster in the desert. Can't go to that tower yet. Surrounded by mountains. Alright, here we go. Here's Nicaea. I'm hiding away from Kefka. Yeah, hide behind the building. The thieves are hanging out at the coffee shop. They all escaped from Figaro Castle. Okay, here we go. Enhancer. Magic power up. Enhance your magic. I'll just talk to you. The road you follow here used to be underwater. After the end of the world, I awoke all alone in Doma Castle. When I would try to sleep there, demons would come for me. Oh, I don't want to remember that. Oh, we can get a Dummin shield. Get a Dummin helmet. Some Dummin vests. Vests made out of Dummins. You took one look at me and thought I was a loser. Well, you're obligated to buy from me now. What you got? Beads, oh boy. Alright, whatever. The ship to South Figaro is about to leave. Did I talk to her? While traveling under the desert, Figaro Castle hit an obstacle and came to a halt. This ship belongs to the Crimson Robbers. No, it doesn't. We'll enter the castle through a secret cave that only we knows about. The boss wants to sneak into Figaro Castle. He wants to get our booty back from the storage room there. From out of nowhere, a bunch of huge sandworms burrowed into the prison. We followed the tunnels back to the surface and escaped. Our last boss perished that day. We met up with Gerard in this town. Alright, let's go. I understand they escaped from Figaro Castle's prison. I've been chatting with the boss of this gang, Gerard. He's kind of handsome. Gerard. Hey, can we go? I'm with the Crimson Robbers. What are you doing? Get away. 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 Alright, fine, Crimson Robbers. They don't want to be a Crimson Robber anyway. Pick a better color, like chartreuse. What's your problem? You're Edgar, aren't you? Come back here, you little varmint. Edgar? Enough of this nonsense. I have things to do. I'll be busy getting ready for our departure to Figaro. Don't play possum with me, Edgar, or have you somehow lost your memory? Listen, my lady, I've been Gerard all my life. Only Edgar would say my lady. What's all the bloomin' fuss about? The words my lady are used the world over. Uh-oh, here we go. Action. Oh yeah, you know how to get into Figaro Castle, don't you? Oh, do we ever? Yeah, you lead the way since it's buried. Oh. Sneaking on this ship in the engine room. Remember, the engine room's dangerous. There's stowaways. playing the organ. Dun. Nikia bound ferry. Still need to shop. Shopping for people. The boss of these thieves is on the second floor. The second floor. Just it's collectively an area of town that's referred to as the second floor. We may be thieves, but at least we have goals in life. We mustn't rest now, we have to start rebuilding. If the light of judgment should burn our town down 100 times, we will rebuild it 100 times. We're storming Figaro Castle, that treasure's rightfully ours. Whoa, am I dizzy? Souvenir of the Empire, anyone? How did they just left that? How did that stay there? Okay, you get a stout spear. A gold lance. I think the gold lance will be sufficient. Oh, some Dummin armor. All Dummins. Alright, let's go ahead and optimize you all. Hey, do y'all sell tonics? No. Okay. Fine. Echo Screen might be helpful at some point, but probably not now. Let's just go. Let's go to the second floor. What you got for sale? Goggles, wall ring. Wow, it's so cheap to rest here. I think I will. Let's have a little snooze. Oh, there's Gerard over there. Hopefully he's still there when I wake up. There he is. Hello, Croez. Let's go help him. Hang on a sec. Are you people still here? Be polite now, Edgar. Boss, everything's ready. Let's go. Case of mistaken identity, my dear. Give it up. This is comfy. I'm probably going to go for about maybe another hour. Figaro Castle disappeared the day the world became unzipped. PK unzipped. Now all these thieves are demanding all our time. Whew, I'm exhausted. Figaro Castle had an accident in the desert. Don't know what happened to its people. That sweet little girl stopped coming around right after the world ended. What sweet little girl? Who is he talking about? Who does he speak of? For a fun time, you can still go into the desert and fight, you know, commanders, I believe. They're still down here. With their dogs. Okay, I think we're ready. Of course we can fight some of the wildlife. Gnaw rabbit. Carrot. Oh no. I gotta attack the carrot. Thank you. They like being hurt. Gnaw rabbit. I don't think so. Region. Oops. Alright, that's fine. Alright. This cave, Mark III. Pretty dangerous from here on. I'll go in first and clear out all the monsters. Wait here. Wait, he says. Do I look like a waiter? Neck hunter. Hunting for your neck. Okay, Sabin has learned Sabin has learned Sabin. Sabin has learned Dispel. So we're gonna switch him over to Carbunk L. Alright, Swaffin. Okay. Maybe Fenrir. But not now. Dante's Inferno! No! Let's go for a ride. Ugh! Take that. So if you suplex him, does he land on... do you land the rider on his head? Or do you, like, launch each of them and turn them over individually? Now, where were we? Here, boy, here's some nice food for you. Presto! Good job. I used to have a turtle. I like turtles. Unfortunately, we don't get the recovery spring anymore. Oh, they've taken all the treasures. These villains. Humpty. Hump Day. Hump Day Humpty. Oops. I think Humpty is undead, actually. It is weak to fire. I think. It's weak to damage. Assessed his weakness. Busted. On the hum, let's go. You punk, you stole all the treasures. I wanted those. Crawler. Anyone want some delicious pastry? With a mind of its own and... Where are the eyes on Crawler? Where is its mouth? Neck hunter. No. No necks. Oh, you didn't kill anything. Good job. Protect your neck. Peace ring. Equip the peace ring if you're worried about getting confused by all the monsters with confusion. You alright? You're almost a goner. It was awful. It was awful. It was awful. It was awful. Okay, it was awful. Just want to remind you all. More neck hunters here. Find something else to hunt. That is not that good damage. Better damage sources are available. Cool, take that. It was awful. Whoops. Crystal Helm. Gravity Rod. No, I'm getting magic cast on me by a delicious pastry. No! Thanks. No, she targeted something different. Going it. That's your mad sickle. Sickle this. Regal Crown. Hump Day. No. Other body parts. Well, actually no body parts. Best part about this next boss is that you don't really get a save right before it. What do you don't even have anything equipped. Oh my gosh. The whole time you had nothing equipped. And put running shoes on him. Maybe we should heal. So since we don't have a save point, really kind of wanted to defeat this boss in the first try. But, boss, what are we gonna do? Our treasure's stored in the room back there. You guys get in there while I'll keep this thing busy. But, boss, that's dangerous. Get going. Edgar! What are you waiting for, Celeste? Give me a hand. Edgar, it is you. It's like one of these, no. We'll try again. One of these absorbs fire, one ice, one lightning, and one, poison. So the goal is to poison them as soon as possible. The one that's weak to poison will sort of gradually die and stuff. Well, actually, one gets poisoned, I believe. grief. Discard. No. I just got him back. Alright, yeah, the bottom right one is weak to poison. No, you can't slow me. You can't grab me. You can't touch this. No, 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 no. You missed! Oh my gosh, I just did left, right, left like a complete idiot. Can I heal him? No, I can't because, you know, there's a bunch of attacks queued up. I won't have time to heal him. Alright, that poison's setting in. $1,024. I love it. Just take that. It's so good. It's back his turn. Get it. Oh yeah. What an easy boss. Why the stupid farce? Well, I heard that Figaro had had an accident. I wanted to help, but didn't know where to look. Then I heard that those idiots had escaped from the prison. You needed to use them. Bingo! I had to wait until they led me to their secret cave. Amazing, considering that you threw most of them in jail to begin with. Don't treat us like strangers anymore. Uh-oh, let's hide. Boss? Boss? Must have been eaten by that thing. It wasn't even much of a monster. Well, let's go. You don't want that treasure back? It's completely worthless. Besides, Kefka's the one we need to worry about. Those guys haven't committed any serious crimes. Come on, let's go. There's only one little problem, eh, brother? Like, maybe you didn't actually do with those items I thought you were gonna do. Okay, la 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 la. Alright, that guard. Poison Claw? No, you won't. Alright, Atlas Armlet and Hero Ring. Oops. Soul Saber. Why did I put... Never mind. Actually, yeah, we're gonna do this. Earrings. Earrings. And then you can have the sprint shoes. Okay, there is a rare game to get in this room. Not this. wow. Alright, well. Dante? What are you doing here? Chopped him up. Dante's no match for a chainsaw. Ooh, we got a gold shield. We've actually progressed past gold shields. Alright, come on, rare game. No, 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 no. We need to confirm that these are in fact undead and I can't osmose from them. Yes, they are undead, and I can't osmose from them. Did I get the souls? I did get the soul saber. Dante! Doggone it. Alright, we chopped up Dante again. We got another gold shield. What do these switches do? These switches always bother me. It's like you can't flick these switches. Drop, here we go. Hot drops. Got drop. Good job, Sabin. Alright, let's get out of here. Might be like, oh, let's use a warp stone and get out of here, but I think a warp zone actually takes you all the way back to the South Figaro cave entrance. So it's a little bit too far back. Let's eat these pastries. I haven't osmosed yet. Nonsense, it's been fixed. Next stop, the surface. Yo, we did it. Stop? I can't take money from the king. Debilitator. Right. Look, all these where did I get all these bioblasters and flashes from? Must have stolen them. Welcome back, King Edgar. Huh? Sabin, what a splendid young man you become. Make yourselves at home here. I think the Chancellor's like just been stuck in this part of the castle, like these two. No more returners, no more Emperor. Now who am I going to side with? I think they just been over here on this side of the castle, just like, oh well. Hanging out with the merchants. Shut up and take my money. Final Fantasy Monday. If I move this to Friday, then it takes longer to be done. Plus, I end up forgetting stuff. Okay, Okay, so there's pretty much nothing that we need to do over here. You're being silly. So I like it because I made Sunday Night Alias. Sunday Night Alias and then like Mario Monday. Now everything needs to like alliterate. Next stop, Kolingen. Watch your step. Kolingen. Sunday Night Alias flows so well. Does it though? Let's hang out in the desert. Sandhorse. Instant regret. They are not susceptible to that move. No! It does so much damage, man. I got your clamp. MP kill. Alright, cool. Fine, whatever. Hey, why don't you get Zone Seek? Maybe we can, like, rasp those things dead. Kolingen. Harpii. Chop it up. Harpii. Is that like an Italian harpy or something? This is a go. Those beautiful days will never return. Birds? What are those things? Narsh is filled with monsters. I don't have any place to go home to. Setzer, you're alive? Come along with us. We're after Kefka. I don't know if I have it in me anymore. What are you saying? I'm just a gambler. I just want to be left alone. This world is too chaotic for me. What's worse, I've lost my wings. But before the world collapsed, you fought with all your heart. You were absolutely fearless. That was then. We can never have that world back. You want to live in this world as it is? No? Then do something about it. Alright, you win. I'm starting to feel lucky. Thanks, I needed that. Now let's go visit Daryl's tomb. We're gonna get us another one. Airship, that is. Daryl's tomb. Cards. Take a much needed nap. I don't know. Well, I was about to say, I don't know why we didn't take a nap in Figaro Castle. I could have done that, but we lost all our health to the sand horses. There's a real mean guy fighting at the Colosseum. Seems he's looking for a weapon called the Striker. Indy. A handsome man with a quaint way of talking visited our village recently. He kept saying thou to everyone. There's still some people with vision even in this world, like my brother up north. Okay, there's nothing to see in those places. What do we got? Dice. Trump. Oh yeah. This instantly kills enemies, and we're about to go fight a whole bunch of undead enemies, so let's not get that. I mean, we can buy it, but let's go dice. You know, I'm feeling lucky. I'm not actually, but you know, I feel compelled to feel lucky. Dice. Check this out. Dragoon boots. Throw the dice from above. And okay. I think I need to optimize it. Bogey. 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 Uh-oh. Can't shred the bogey. Oh, take those dice. Aerial dice. Forgot about that room. This person, she was your friend? Yeah, she was a piece of work. Nothing scared her. And since nothing scared her, her dungeon is the scariest dungeon in the whole game. Alright, hold on to your butts. Alright, there's like 2 enemies that are only in that first room that are completely out of control. Alright, Power Demon! I'm gonna give you something else. Amulet. I'll give y'all something else. The tombstone is blank. Carve something. Nothing appropriate comes to mind. We'll put something inappropriate then. Crystal mail. Crystal mail! Mad Oscar. Alright. Destroy all flowers. This is where Flowey comes from. A game that I've never played. Mad Oscar. Yeah, look at that. High 7 damage. Alright, there you go. There you go, Edgar and Sabin. Figaro brothers. Oops. Oh. Alright, you... Did you learn? Okay, you did learn that. Warp. Oh, hey, you know what else you can get warp with? Finner. Shell. About different. No, Ifrit. Ifrit, there we go. Equipment. Let's re-optimize. You will not be having a poison claw and escape with all these undead. Dice. Serena gown. It's important to press that button. Otherwise you got to do other fun stuff in this cave. Tomb. This is a tomb. Oh, Mad Oscar is not a fan of that attack. Mates, I seem to be getting a lot of revivifies in here. Think something's gonna turn us into a zombie or something? Power Demon. Shred the flowers. Sometimes you gotta stop and shred the flowers. Alright, dice from above. Warp. Hello, ambience. How much gas and gouge? You missed a little bit of gas, and we had some gouge like pretty early, but we haven't had gas and gouge together. Ooh, tombstone levers, tombstone technology. Okay, raised a water level so we can go back to this other room. Turtle. Doom Pollen. Well, remember all those revivifies? We got zombies. No, you don't. Revivify. It's great because you get turned into a zombie and they sort of drop you off at like Phoenix down amounts of health. Soul out. You best be a zombie. Oh, well, see you later. Guess we're not revivifying him. Revivifying him. Revivify. Soul out. Let's put these up here, I guess. Raise the water level there. Letters have been carved here. E-R-A-U. Shred the flowers. I need to heal Celeste. What am I doing? Right, hold on. Blitz. Refreshes other party members. Oh gosh. ERAUQSSI WEHT wet DLRO. What does it spell? Wet. Turtles are wet. Something is wet. No! Alright, bye. Ooh. Daggone, 7. Big damage. Sour mouth. Oh no. Nope. Set so you missed. Drop the dice on Celeste. Celeste. Okay. You come over here. Okay, we can do this. Ah! Whoops. Why have you not... Oh my gosh. You'll not learn Osmos. Okay, what is here? Receive the Genji helmet. Genji. Alright, who gets that? Alright, you can get that. Das. Shred the roses. Can I confuse the plants? Missed. Thank goodness I gave Edgar that amulet. Nope. You cannot confuse the flowers. You can shred them though. Revivify. Let's put those letters here. We'll shred that one. What happens if I bioblast these flowers? Pokemon logic. Grass is weak to poison. Just kidding. These are very undead flowers. Yes, the flowers are undead. Flower ghosts. The tombstone's blank. Carve something. Crucial or with Laura. Let's try again. Whoops. There we go. A rock seed lorette. Find the experience egg hidden in a back room in the third basement. Game over music for getting that puzzle correct. Basement 3, here we go. Power Demon, here we go. soul out. Just be a zombie. Thank goodness he attacked the power demon. Revivify. Get back around. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go. Doom pollen. No, no, no. From the dice. 108. Okay, there's Rasp, that's always good to see. Mad Oscar. He hasn't learned Osmos yet. Damn it. Ooh, big damage. Drop them dice. Feel lucky. Feel lucky on the way down. Alright, we got Osmos. Finally. Okay. So the only place left to go is across to the right here. Take our little turtle friend. I like turtles. Shred those flowers. Okay, what are we doing? We're gonna hop into a tent. And hope that I gave someone float. Of course not. Why would I have done that? This float is only on Stray here. Alright, that's fine. Gaia gear. And for some reason, you can't put it on. Thanks, Edgar. Do you mind? I'm trying to loot stuff. Get out of here, Mad Oscar. Monster in the box. Presenter. crane shook the deck. Great. Easy boss once you know how to prepare. Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw is Holy Element. You can slap that one here. 362 battle power. Yes. Alright, let's re-optimize. Man-eater, make you work hard. Oh, they switched the order of my weapons around. Okay. Man-eater... Sure. You're gonna be jumping anyway. Actually, no, you won't. What have you got? What should we do? Sure, running shoes. Why not? Save. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Daryl sleeps here. Oh no! Dullahan. If you're incredibly unlucky, this attack damages you. Of course. This boss is an interesting shade of hard if you don't use Runic. It's not that hard though. Sometimes it just does, you know, physicals like that. Morn Star. No! Runic. Setzer, that's 7. Setzer will not be lifting anything except Edgar. Ow. Runic. No. No! H-bomb. Why don't I just attack with Saban? Maybe you'll never get attacked. Mornstar! Good job, everyone. This brings back a lot of memories. This experimental airship is probably a bit unstable. You can't be serious. What are you trying to prove? Watch your step. If something should happen to me, the Falcon's yours. Nonsense! I will win the Falcon from you and I will whip you in a race. You better clear out of my way. Big talk, Buster. There's nothing like flying. Come on, stop lagging back there. Or do you like chewing on my wake? Listen to you. This time's for real. I'm gonna break every record. I'll be known as the woman who flew closest to the stars. Be back before sunset. I'll be waiting for you on our hill. I restored the craft and then put it to rest down here. This is the Falcon? I put it in storage. I couldn't bear to look at it. But now it just may save us. The Falcon. I finally think we're going to pull this off. We can attack Kefka's tower from the air. The Falcon's going to give us one last chance at that guy. But first we need to find our friends. Right, first things first. For once I feel hopeful. Hey, a bird! this the only time the ship isn't called the Enterprise? I don't know. I'll have to know what it is, but it's definitely not called the Enterprise in Final Fantasy VIII. Setzer, follow that bird. But why? I don't know. Something inside just told me it's important. So, hello, Whip City. Alright. So this is about all I'm going to do today. Next time, we will, enter Miranda, and then, you know, the story will continue from there. Alright, so we've saved. Dullahan was a pushover. Alright. So anyway, thanks for watching. I will see you all next time. Alright, goodbye.